shadow, there's a dark side to me. I work privately to go build and create my own dynasty. A new rivalry, it emerges ever so silently. But I got fight in me, so I'll squash anything that's trying me. I'm like, me versus you, I hope that you know what you're getting into. I got nothing to lose, so you better watch out, can't predict my moves. I'll make you irrelevant, I don't stop till I'm at the top settling. I live here like a local resident, and you know I ain't selling it. I won't stop, I'm here to get what I want, I'm not.
Hello and welcome to the Marko Yamashita Show. I am your host, Marko Yamashita, and I have been fighting a lot of pollen in the air. Spring always comes late in my neck of the woods, so if I sound congested, I apologize. I forgot to activate chat. Live chat. There we go. Now I got chat. I forgot I scheduled this stream so far in advance to make sure I didn't forget that I can't lock down chat for that, for that time frame. So anyways, today we are going to be playing Wuthering Waves. It's a new free-to-play game that launched here today, or in most places now yesterday, and it's supposed to be as good as Genshin Impact, but I haven't seen it exactly trending anywhere, so we'll see. I did watch one person that I follow. Hey, the cool 2T, welcome to the chat. Welcome. Now, I always pick the, because I've always found the aesthetic of the female characters to be much more, much less boring than the male counterparts. So I always play as the female character, if given the choice. This game does look, Genshin is scared. Well, I did see some charts that were done recently, and Honkai Star Rail has far surpassed Genshin Impact in many ways, especially with revenue. I mean, their own secondary game has, given Genshin a run for its money. But I also heard that there's been on and off controversies with are they gonna kiss? Hey, don't touch my boobs. No touch my oppai. Maybe I should have done the man. I like the character design so far, though. I mean, they're really nice, and I mean this. Wow, they have definitely the production level on this is just incredible. Wow. I mean, that's a strong way of opening up your game, you know? Didn't even wash off her makeup. Hey, wait, we're upside down? How? Oh boy. Why does this voice sound familiar? Hey, Knight, how's it going? Welcome to... Did I'll pass back out if you're gonna give me CPR. Why? Why do these voices sound? I wonder who does the voice acting. I guess I am not a. I guess I am a silent protagonist in this. Okay. Oops, I gotta do that. There you go. So they did retain their Chinese names in this, which is interesting. Why are they calling me a rover? Well, I suppose they want to call you a rover instead of traveler, because if they called you a traveler, that would be like infringing upon Genshin's territory. These character designs are definitely more unique than you know, Genshin's and Star Rail's. I mean, they have definitely put in an effort to make them distinguished from each other, you know. That was one criticism that Genshin, or not Genshin, but Star Rail's had a lot recently. You know, the character designs and the you know, their outfits and clothing and everything, they all started kind of looking kind of the same. It's kind of cute that, you know, the tomboy that's standing next to me, she still has that little bow in her hair, you know, and then of course the older sister type of character, she has, you know, a big bow with a, you know, beret on. My true name? Oops, I went too fast on that. Well, I don't think I have any plans. I just kind of fell out of the sky, so... Wow, these characters definitely have their own distinguishing look.
あんたも共鳴者だってこと。脅迫者さんは手の甲に温痕がありますし、ひょうたんも持っています。見た目は少し違いますが、この2つはどちらも共鳴者の特徴です。それとヤンヤンが共鳴能力で風から情報を読む。今は静かで平和だけど、
Wow, okay, she is definitely nimble.
って言ったそばから。
Uh-oh. Okay. Basic attacks. Okay. Resonant skill. Ah! Oh, nice. Okay. Okay. Ah. Whoa. Okay, I am really liking the combo system in this game. And she feels so much more. Oh. That's a big dragon. I wonder if that dragon actually moves, or does it... Uh-oh. Whoa! Are you gonna say like I'm the reincarnation of Son Goku now? I wonder what her earring says.
これは今週の採取の彫像です。採取は交流にある一定6州にそれぞれ1人いて、皆異なる外見をしています。今週の採取は核と呼び、竜の姿をしているのです。まさにこの彫像のように。
Okay.
文明と歴史があるところに採取は存在する。交流は長い歴史と豊かな文明を誇る土地です。なので、最も多くの採取がいる場所でもありますね。
I just hope that I just hope that the game doesn't go into a lot of exposition, a lot, you know.
交流の各地域をそれぞれ統治する採取ですが、元は一つの存在だったという記録もあります。もちろん他の場所にも採取はいます。でも数としては交流よりもはるかに少ないです。
As long as I don't have to fight too many of them, that's all I have.
採取が?
And what's that floating behind me? I mean, it looks like... Okay, well...
採取の姿を目にするなんて
That's
なかなかできません。
That's interesting. There are...
採取が
Hey, like a rabbit!
見えているのですか? ということは、脅迫者さんは採取の共鳴者? でも、今の今週採取の共鳴者はレイン様ですし。
It's interesting that it looks like there are distortions around me, but not around her. Eh? What? Well, why are you bringing him this way? Don't bring him to me. I just got here. Okay. Ooh. Oh, nice. Resonance damage. Okay, so that's like your ultimate. Okay. Hey, wait a minute. Ah! Ow, ow. Okay. Ooh, nice dodge. Okay, I am really digging this dodge system. I am really liking this dodge system. Haha. That is cool. I mean, they have it's cool that they have like, you know, intro attacks or whatever they call them. Yeah, intro and outro skills. That is so cool. It's kind of like they wear their swords like how they look in Nier Automata. This is a really nice game. The fighting as okay, so how do I... Which one is... Ah, there we go. If there was one thing I did not like about Genshin, it always felt like the controls were a little bit off, and it would always drive me nuts. It felt like, I mean, to me, it always felt like they were fish. It always felt like the controls had a little bit of an input lag on it. And I don't know if it was just me or not, but that's the way it always felt. But this is really... It's a really nice spin on, you know, the established formula. I don't know which character I like better, though. I mean, because you know, and of course I just started playing this, but you know how like when you started Genshin, you meet the fire archer. I can't remember what her name is off the top of my head anymore, but you know, you meet her, and then of course, like as soon as you start this game, you meet a very talkative person like her. I don't know which one I like better yet. They did a really good job on designing this game, though. It looks a lot... you know, a lot of people will probably compare it to, oh, they just ripped off Genshin, they just ripped off blah, 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 blah. But to me, you know, they've done enough to make it look distinguished from, you know, the other competition. I mean, even the way that they've designed Yang Yang here. What the heck?
来た時はまだなかったよね。ここへ来た時には感知できませんでした。
Yeah, if you look at how Yang Yang's face is designed, it looks like how anime characters were drawn back in the 90s, especially when you wanted to convey that they weren't necessarily human, but they had humanoid looks to them, you know, like if they were a traveler from outer space and crashed on Earth or whatever. You know, if you look at her face, it looks just like how they used to design them back in the 90s. You know, especially like with her little, whatchamacallit, on her forehead. Already got my food and ready to relax now. But Genshin is a ripoff in its... Yeah. I mean, they were like the, what were they called? The F2P, Zelda game, Breath of the Wild game. That is... Uh-oh. Oh wow, I thought she was okay. I for some reason I thought she had like a long tail, that, you know, going down her back with, and then had the little ponytail off to the side, but she actually has short hair. What was the name of that anime from the 90s? Was it Clan something like that? Her character design looks so much like from that anime. But her voice sounds so familiar. Yeah, like Slayers. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, speaking of Slayers, I haven't watched that series in ages. I'm kind of glad that they separate the dialogue branches like this, so you can just kind of skip a lot of the exposition and go straight down there. Oh, you mean I don't have to pass some license test? I can automatically parachute or glide down or whatever? What happens if I don't open my parachute though? Oh, you're gonna make me do it. Okay. And I'll automatically... What? Uh-oh. Oh. What? Why is she so full? I like it. I mean, I really like it. She's just like so full of energy. Yeah, that anime, I haven't watched it in ages either, because it, you know, was kind of more of a kind of like a romance drama type series, I guess. So yeah, I've watched it a couple times, but only like with like recently. I've only watched it like if someone else was doing a watch along with it. But you know, otherwise I was kind of, you know, one and done. I mean, she was pretty cute. I wonder if I should go, oh, I'm in so much pain.
心配いらないわ。
Worry has clouded your judgment. Oh, she's looking down on me. Oh, that's great.
動向に変化なし。それに呼吸も安定している。これといった異常はないみたいね。
Oh, I made Yang Yang mad. Look at this. Look at her. Look at her. Oh, look, that stare.
おしゃべりするなら場所を変えましょう。
Oh, oh, oh. Are we going to the final boss already? What's going on? Why are they being affected by? Oh, wait, what the? Oh, I absolutely love how they designed this. This is cool. Ah, dodge! Ow! Ah! Oh! Ouch! Okay. Oh! Okay, I am really digging. Oh! Is he like powering up to Super Saiyan or something? What the hell? Yay, mate! Ow. Okay. This is on another level type of cool. Oh, nice! You can counterattack? Ah! Wrong button. Okay. Oh my god, that looks like that is so badass. That is so cool. Oh, I mean, that takes it to the next level there. Oh my god, that was awesome. You know, that reminds me of how Final Fantasy 11, the first online Final Fantasy, they had skill chains like that, for between characters. you know, or in that place, in that, you know, situation, there were players, but you know, you could do skill chains and you know, kind of like extra power boosted attacks that combine two different skills, of one starting and the other one finishing, you know, and that. I'm surprised they haven't really, you know, Genshin, I know Genshin, you know, if you use two different, you know, types of elements, it would combine into, you know, cryo or like a skill burst, basically. But it hasn't really been done like this.
Oh, さすがあんたついてるね。漂白者さんは残響と音階について覚えていますか？万物は周波数で構成され、音には必ず響きが残る。これは残響と呼ばれるもので、デバイスのデータドックを使えば回収できます。デバイスってのは共鳴者たちが持っているあのひょうたんのことな。
Oh, okay. I was kind of wondering why they were carrying those around.
残像を倒したら必ず残響が手に入るってわけじゃないんだ。これはデータドックのレベルが関係してて、データドックのレベルが高いほど残響を入手できる確率が上がります。ですが、先ほどデバイスが発した警報は怒涛級以上の残像の出現を知らせるもの。漂白者さんのデータドックレベルでこの残響を回収できるのでしょうか。
Hey, welcome. How's it going? Thank you for dropping in. I just fought my first elite here at the very beginning. That didn't do anything.
あ、ダメか。
It says I'm level 0. No!
まあまあ、ご飯はよく噛んで食べろって言うしさ。弱い敵の残像を回収していけば、いつかこんなのもいけるようになる。確かこの辺りに小さいアツツがいるんだ。あれ可愛いんだよ。後で一緒に捕まえに行こう。
You're gonna make me kill some cute little animals? What?
この異常現象は各社に報告する必要がありそうね。
It's really cool how, like, the three characters on, you know, from left to center, they all relatively have like the same, you know, the same hair color, you know, and in some cases people would say that's even boring, but you know how they kind of tease in just enough highlights like in their hair to make them look distinguished, and then, you know, their clothes themselves look very different. You know, it gives each character, you know, personality, where, you know, Star Rails, all the characters started having kind of like the same look or the same color palettes, you know, and they just, even the clothing started, you know, kind of looking like the other one. No, my hand's talking. No. What did I just do? Chinese names speak Japanese, display in English. So how do you like to play? I like playing. So every once in a while I'll have I'll have a couple of other VTubers that are Japanese drop in, but they don't really talk much. And what was that?
もしかしたらまだ他にもすごい力持ってるんじゃない？残像丸飲みとか音階炭焼きとか。
God, look at that face. That pleading face is like alive. How's that relate to my cooking skills?
そういえば聞いた話によるとグルッポを使った料理があるんだって。どの州の名物料理だったかな。
But anyways, they'll drop in, and I really hate having whatever I'm doing or playing be only in English, just in case they decide to drop in. 'Cause that way I can include everyone. But yeah, I typically play my games like this as well.
気分はどうですか？何かおかしなところはありませんか？お体は具合は
It helps me kind of,
の影響は略し
since I don't have a lot of people to practice Japanese with, at least hearing it being spoken helps me to retain what I've been learning. So
体が音害を吸収する得意な例ではあるけれど
But yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that they kept the Chinese names for all the characters, since Genshin and Star Rail and was it Third Impact or whatever, it seemed like every character had like 4 different names to go across each language, and it gets really confusing. It still bothers me how they call Mitsuki, March 13th in Star Rail. It's like her name is Mitsuki. I mean, just call her Mitsuki. It's not that foreign. Most people who watch, Japanese anime, we don't switch their names from Mitsuki to Alice, or something like that. If they look too different, you'd think that they're from different... Exactly, that too. And that's, and that's kind of like the argument that I made as well. Like, they introduced, at the very beginning, they introduced, Seal as a playable character, and in the banner, right? But then they come back around and they introduced Archon, and Archon has basically the same color palette as Steel, and people are like, "Oh, that's just a ripoff of the first character. That's so boring." But I mean, if you look at her aesthetic, she's wearing like a half jean shorts, half thong type thing, and then of course she also carries a huge ass katana. But I mean, there's enough there to distinguish them apart. But it's not too uncommon, especially and I mean, even if you look at American culture, where you'll see women that all have the same hairstyle because it's the current trend. I mean, like where I live right now, because there's a lot of Polish people where I live. They tend to have a lot of blonde females, as children. And if you took 10 random women out there, chances are like 4 or 5 of them will all have relatively the same hairstyle. It's better to stay Japanese. I see the English VAs won't return. See, and that's what really kind of annoys me as well. There seems to always be a lot more quality and stability in the Japanese VAs.
忙しいところ失礼します。今週の婚礼員、婚司です。月追祭が近づいており、今週にも各地から客人が訪れています。この素晴らしい祭日、民の期待に応え、人々が楽しく過ごせるよう心から願うばかりです。古来から今週は残像町を退ける前線拠点としての役を担ってきた険しい土地ですが、本州を支えてきた民のおかげでこのような繁栄と平和を築くことができました。
She is always so happy.
世界に輝く今週を作り上げたのです。我々は常に恐れに屈せぬ意志と温かく誠実な態度を抱いてきました。そこで皆さんに一つお願いしたいことがあります。
How come rulers always seem to have twin tails?
そして交流にとって非常に重要な客人がいるのです。
A lot of English VAs didn't get the memo that they're supposed to act. I know.
目覚めたこの世界にきっと混乱していることでしょう。周囲で起きている奇怪な現象にもすでにお気づきになられているかと思います。ですので、もし今週境内にとどまるおつもりでしたら、今週城内の返廷でお会いできないでしょうか。あなたの疑問すべてにお答えすることは叶いません。しかし諸々の助力をあなたに提供させていただくことはできます。もちろんこれは要請ではなく単なるお願い。いかなる道を進まれようとも、それはあなた自身の選択でございます。したがって今週の皆様、お願いします。その客人と出会うことがあれば便宜を図り、精一杯もてなしてください。
Personally, you know, I think I would find that a little inconvenient that I would have to carry that.
レイン様が言っていた客人は漂白者さんですね。
Yep, that's me.
これが主戦、いや漂白者の実力なのか。
Even though she's a silent protagonist, just her giving that little bit of a head tilt, like you're questioning what she was about to say. I mean that.
漂白者さん、このヒーローショーを見たことはありますか？
Well, if you're talking about like the hero's journey, where you get isekai to a different place and you end up being the hero of the place.
漂白者さんはどうしますか？
I mean, they even got the hand gestures down, you know, where she's doing the crossing the hands of saying that no.
谷にいた時、漂白者さんは今週祭祀の彫像を見て祭祀の記憶の話をしましたよね。その記憶が本当の出来事だとは思いませんが、レイン様からの通信内容が本当なら、漂白者さんの経歴は今週と深い関係があるはず。
I hear so many people, even now, people who are just trying to get in like Genshin or what have you. The one common theme among all of them are that Paimon always is freaking annoying. and it's like one of the first complaints I always hear. And so I'm glad that they introduce you to 3 actual characters that aren't, a little fairy type being flying around talking like this and questioning me and I'm emergency food, that you actually get introduced in the characters that will like be a part of your team and not just somebody who's flying around that appears and disappears at will. Yeah, what about the Fisher here? I mean, should we just leave it there? Okay, let's go eat. You're obviously been talking about food for the last 10 minutes. Let's go eat.
体調を考慮して今週中に着いたら一回全面的に検査した方が良さそうね。音害を吸収していこう。
Just this freedom of movement feels so refreshing compared to how you always felt a bit. That's pretty big. Ow. I'm back here. Who cares about the English VAs? They suck anyways. Yeah, you know, I do have to agree with that. That several of them, well, and I won't say all of them, but most of them, always seem to be. They aren't the same quality as. You know, the JP versions. Oop, Ah, cool. Echo attained. Okay. Okay. Maybe I should, like, give it to her, though. Yeah, let's give it to her. Okay.
見た目は少し変わってるけど、基本的な機能は私たちのデバイスのと同じだね。
Oh, that way. Okay. Oh. So you're basically collecting echoes of the things you fight, and you're able to equip them. Ah, cool. Were there echoes of the things I fought here just now? I don't see any. Okay, well, we'll move on here. Oh, what's that? Ah! Oh, that was too easy. I hate that feeling of you're basically like collecting all these raw materials, and you're like, and for me it's like, you know, I just try to cram every single raw material I can pick up because it might be useful at some point. Okay, let's see here. I think the thing I dislike about the whole English VAs thing is that, you know, in many ways, I felt like they looked at the fact, hey, these games are bringing in tons of money, and yes, I signed this contract, but I didn't realize it was it was going to be this popular, so now I want more money. And the only way that they felt that they could try to negotiate for more money was by claiming they were being ripped off or something like that, And in a lot of cases, it didn't really seem, true or fair, because, and this is just kind of my opinion, but if you sign a contract with a company, and you know how they pay out their compensation for the work that you do, you can't really sit there and say, I feel cheated because this is how they paid me, and I didn't take into account that that's how they pay me, and I need to get other sources of income in between the paychecks from them. Instead of crying over the fact that they only paid whoa. Ah! I forgot there is a cooldown on that. If you know your paycheck's going to be, intermittent, and it's not going to be a consistent check, that you can count on every 2 to 4 weeks or whatever, it's kind of up to you to make sure that you have another source of income, or budget yourself out so you are not, short on cash when you need to pay your bills. I mean, that's just my opinion. For Snowbreak, they were upset. What? I mean, I'm sorry, but I mean, a lot of these characters are fan service. I mean, if just take the MC here. If you look extremely carefully, I mean, she slightly jiggles when you stop the camera. I mean, there's a reason why they emphasize, the hoo-has. I mean, even, I mean, look. I mean, they have jiggle physics. and it's not like they're exactly wearing pants here. And that's partly because, it emphasizes long legs and thick thighs and everything else. I mean, they're ogling, people are ogling over, or upset about a character that may look revealing. I mean, that's typically how they were, they're designed to be appealing to the male demographic. And let's be honest here. Oops, I aggroed them. And if we want to be absolutely truthful here, 80% of income comes from Japan and China. And the English speaking world only accounts for 20% of all income coming from games like, Tower Fantasy, Genshin Impact, so on and so forth.
見つけた
Uh-oh.
私だけの運命の種
Now this is that right there is like
さてと
anime character trope 101. You know, you have some sneaky, kind of sadistic, kind of maybe kind of evil lolly coming along and say, "I found you! I finally found you!" I'm not sure about China, as their economic is having a huge problem and unemployment skyrocketing. Well, that is also true.
美味しいものでも食べに行く
And, and they actually have tried to curb the amount people are spending on F2P games,
頻発する会食現象
as well as try to restrict how much time people actually spend playing video games over there.
漂白者さんの越見の手続きもしておきます確かに少々時間はかかりますがそう大した手間はかかりませんよ
But China still does account for a large portion of their income for games like this. But they're not like, yeah, you're exactly right. They aren't necessarily targeted strictly at China. But at the same time, and I also find this kind of ironic in a lot of ways. These games that are being made by Chinese companies, they specifically are aimed at younger males that like otaku culture. And of course, the first thing you think of is Japan in that case. I heard that that's I heard that expansion patch or version update, whatever it's called, wasn't doing so well. But if you look at the flip side, Star Rail is actually doing extremely well. And considering it's a slower game that's turn-based, that really says something. Speaking of which, this weekend, I'm going to be, I'm going to try to talk about the events coming up to the launch of Hollow Earth, and they're ooh, yay! And there's been a couple of videos that Hololive has put up recently about the upcoming game or service or whatever you want to call it. And I haven't watched the second one yet that came out here like a day or so ago. But I did watch a couple, I went and reviewed a couple of the earlier ones. And then there was actually a segment in the annual earnings summary, and it appears that Hollow Earth is, or 1.0, that they are going to try to push 1.0 out at the in October, which isn't too far away, and that kind of makes me nervous because that they only have 51 people working on Hollow Earth. And that's a smaller development team, But part of that 51 employees are, they're not just working on Hollow Earth. Several of them are now doing split duties because they know that they're Unity engineers. Ooh. That's a server? Nice. Oh, navigation system. Okay. Yeah. Well, they've seen what's happened in Japan with anime girls, and they don't want it to happen in China. So, which is really ironic because back in the 90s, China was being criticized for banning families from having more than one child. Whoop. You had to have a license in order to have more than one child in China, And it's like, well, you should have been a little bit more forward thinking there, Because I mean, you restrict generations from having kids, pretty soon you're gonna have declining birth rates, Okay. And that looks that I know I'm glad that I kind of understand how most of these systems already work. They're just named differently, Ah. Chikaza. Yeah. Yeah, you're right on that. Okay, that's fast travel. And I do find this interesting that there's a really nice mix of Chinese architecture and just enough hint of kind of sci-fi type of feeling built into the world here. I mean, even the reflections off the water looks really nice. And it has just that kind of hint of and realize that it's drawn, but at the same time you're kind of, it doesn't feel like it's drawn. I mean, even the reflections that come off of that, I mean, that's nice. It's real nice. I didn't even realize until now that there was a day and night cycle. Okay. Honestly, okay, so I have barely, besides the battle pass, and their, I forget what they're called, what it's called. I haven't spent hardly any money on Star Rail. And of course, I'm not going to talk about how much money I spent how much money I spent on Genshin Impact before I think patch 2.3 or something like that. But I'm impressed. I'm impressed enough with the game so far that if I were to spend money on this game, I probably wouldn't feel bad about doing it.
その調子でしたらすぐ記憶を取り戻せそうですね。それでもやはり空白だらけの記憶しかない状態で見知らぬ町にいるというのは不安に感じますよね。なるほど。漂白者さん、まずはレイン様と会ってみましょう。そうすれば何かわかるかもしれません。謁見は同行が認められていないので、私とシカは外で待っています。あなたの帰りを。うんうん、すぐ近くにいるから何かあったら大声ではダメか。
Yeah. Plus if I yelled for you guys, they would probably think I am trying to you know, have an insurrection or something. I mean, this is kind of, I mean, I get why they're here, but you know, having armed guards with guns all around, it just doesn't feel like it feels different. You know what I'm saying? I mean, most games you're playing that are like this, you know, they have swords or they have, you know, knuckles or shields or whatever, but you know, not guns. Oh, that's cool. They actually is that? Is that like a clock of some sort? That's cool. Okay, let's go talk to the shorty Empress. Oh, they're growing bamboo inside. Why is there wind inside? Oh, okay. You would think it would get humid. I know. I'm thinking too rationally about this, but you think it would get humid in here with all this water. Okay, sit down. Okay. Okay, we will wait for Shorty. Ooh, tea. Thank you. You are not the short woman I saw. Are you a Terminator? Is she like the mother of John Connor? Oh. Okay, you're smiling.
お待たせして申し訳ございません。はじめまして。レインこの絵の参加と申します。
Ah. Excuse me. I guess I cannot get used to being called Rover. Like Star Rail, you know, you joke about being the galactic baseball player or something, whatever it is, you know, and of course with Genshin, you know, you're the traveler. But you know, calling myself Rover, I just I can't do it.
出立前にあなた様へ贈り物とある印をご用意されました。
Indoor warp fountains are nice, but they're paying to maintain. Yeah, they are.
レイン様曰く、言葉で説明せずともその印が指す場所にあなたが求める答えが
I can only imagine the type of maintenance you have to, have for indoor, fountains and decorations like that. Okay, so we'll wait for 3 days. We don't need to ask you more exposition.
レイン様はここにはおりませんゆえ、それにお答えすることはできません。ですが、
I kind of wonder if
特別です。
I know I'm exceptional, but you don't have to flatter me.
その者たちとあなた様の違いは何なのかということですね。
I
私の
wonder
目には生き物の周波数が映ります。いや、
I mean, everyone that can use that power has that kind of marking. I wonder
レイン様と同じ周波数を持っています。
if the location and the amount of those markings represent like how strong you are or how strong they are. You know, 'cause if you looked at the Empress,
正確に言うと、あなた様の
she
周波数
had
は
multiple
歪みのない
marks going
ありのままの
down
姿をしている。
her back.
レイン様と同じです。この世に存在しているあなた様本来の姿です。
Yeah, and she has hers on her eye.
それはそれぞれ違いがあります。
I like her design too. Her design is really cool. And again, it's very distinguished. They did a good job of
デバイスを
doing
貸し
that.
ていただけますか？
I really like her outfit. Her outfit's cool. Are we exchanging phone numbers?
私の配慮が不十分でした。巡礼所などの
Oh,
登記
we are
を
exchanging contact information.
あなた様
Okay.
のデバイスに登録しておきます。私も
I was just joking about that.
何かあればご連絡ください。
Oh, that's nice. Thank you.
通行権限の認証にはデバイス操作が必要です。また、探索モジュールを最新版へアップグレードさせていただきます。これはレイン様からの指示ですので。
You waited for a moment. I don't think we needed to cut the black
探
just
索モ
to
ジュールを最新版へとアップグレードいたしま
just
した。
for that. But
これによ
okay.
りスキャン、オブジェクト操作、鍵縄などの機能が使えるようになります。
Ooh.
また、あなた
Grappling
様の
hook.
通行権限の認証につきましても、デバイスコードを各石口と
That's really nice of you because I don't want to be stuck,
担当者にデ
you
バイ
know,
スコー
at
ドを
the
提示
border crossing
もしくは
and
シートを登録していただけれ
being
ば通行
detained.
できます。要は今州各地を行き来するためのフリーパスのようなものです。はい。返定も含め自由に出入りできま
That's
す。
awfully trustworthy of you for being a bodyguard.
失礼ながらお尋ねしますが、もしまだでしたら、レイン様が返定内に手配された部屋をご利用ください。
Hey, if I'm gonna get a place to crash without paying rent,
ご利用の際は私にお声掛けください。
I got friends waiting outside.
では私はここでお待ちしています。
New items. Okay. Yeah, that they surprised they don't use line. Yeah. Well, in Star Rail, they're basically using cell phones, So I mean, they get pretty meta with that. I just find it curious out of out of all the things that you would use to be your terminal type thing, they use a gourd like this. Yeah, that looks probably like one of the most cumbersome items that you would want to be carrying around. But I mean, I guess, you know, I mean, to each their own, I guess. But okay. Hey, let me out of here. Ooh, it's nighttime. Okay. Ooh.
脅迫者
Yeah, call me that instead of Rover.
結構時間かかったね。もしかしてレインさんも結構話が長いタイプ？レイン様、今は偏邸にいないのか。風の中に不穏な怪しい気配が漂ってい
There's
ま
a
す。
coming storm.
次々と蘇る無音句。あまりにも強大な残像。そしてレイン様の不在。あと
She must be like, she must be the character that is like, I don't want to sound very Star Wars-y, but I mean, she's kind of like force sensitive, or I guess in this case it would be frequency sensitive, since she can detect you know, the uptick in frequencies.
偏邸、軍作府、それと研究員にも報告したし、今やれることは全部やった。それにここは交流で今週何千年もの間にいろんなことが起きたけど、みんなの力でここまで来れたんだ。残像長だって毎年来てるものだし、
There's been
それに頼もしい良き将軍にレイン様と宰主様、あたしらだっているしね。危機に当面しようとも皆一丸となれば一騎当選、万夫不当とならん。
You don't have to be, you don't have to talk so formally.
何か計画はありますか？
Let's see.
脅迫者さん、レイン様に渡された印を見せてもらえますか？
Yeah, let's look at those items.
なんか思ったより小さいね。特別なところは見当たらないけど。
What's this?
丸っ
Ooh,
こい。
candy.
子供の頃に食べたことある。まさに飴玉って感じ。でも今じゃあまり見ないよね。もう流行ってないのかな。
Oh, that's too bad. I hope it's not stale.
懐かしい。これとても甘いんですよね。子供の頃
It's probably a design based on the Chinese myth of the magical gourd where it'll suck you inside and dissolve you if you answer. Oh! That's some pretty good insight, Calvin. I suppose that would be true. Since a lot of the stuff that we've seen so far is based on something from Chinese history or Chinese design. It's kind of fascinating that even, you know, some of the more popular Japanese anime are rooted in some kind of Chinese history or folklore or something like that. 王者は吸血、電殻を制するに She must read a lot.
と記されています。一般的に清流は東方、白虎は西方、朱雀は南方を表し、玄武は北方を表すのですが、時間と方位を示す日時計。しかし日時計は実際の時間とは
That's a good question. How are you supposed to? It must be the key to a larger mystery.
わからん。
After all that exposition, that's all you have to say. Okay. Oh, I can select this as all. Okay, we can skip that. Okay.
私もしかも飴といえばお菓子。お菓子のことなら
I just love how they
今週の言葉が一番詳しいんじゃない？
she talks for like 2 minutes straight, and then you know the less bright one goes. I don't know. Okay, let's. Why does this feel so wrong? I'm walking up to children asking them about candy. Stranger danger. Hi. I'm not a strange person coming up to little children and asking them about stuff. Okay, yeah, just shake your head and say, no, I don't talk to strangers.
同じのは持ってないけど、これならあるよ。美味しいからあげる。どういたしまして。楽しんでね、今週の客人さん。
Okay, I'm being given candy by children instead, which is better, I think.
過疎研究員までまだ距離があるね。前に常備機能をインストールしましたよね。その中に探索モジュールという項目がないか確認してみてください。
Oh, okay. I can use grappling hook? Okay. Ah, cool.
まずはデバイスにある探索道具を選択して、そんで鍵縄を選んでおけばいいんだって。翼の英雄を目指すんなら、こういった技も身につけないとな。早速試してみてよ、漂白者。
Okay. Now that does kind of feel a little ripped off, because I've tried. So I never got to get too in depth with the whole Dendro characters in Genshin.
いつ行方不明になったの？大丈夫、焦らないで。あ、仕事のこと忘れてた。もう時間やばいじゃん。ごめん、これから仕事に行かないと。終わったらまた合流しよう。
You're skipping out of your shift, girl. Go.
ダメダメ、やっぱ今のなし。ってこれ以上食べてたらさすがにまずい。はいはい、いってらっしゃい。漂白者さん、中へどうぞ。
What was I saying? Oh yeah. So I never got to play around too much with the Dendro characters since I stopped playing like right as that patch came out. But I do remember them having a similar grappling hook system.
そちらにいる方は安全課所属の黒石武器の専門家モルトフィーさんですね。以前本当に聞かなきゃいけませんか？
どうした？何か私にできることでも。すみません。少しやりすぎ。
Yeah, the way you're talking is a little creepy.
私たちは喧嘩を売りに来たわけではないんです。
なるほど、そういうことでしたか。
What? Why do you sound like you're?
お気を悪くさせてしまいすみません。
いえいえいえ、とんでもないです。約束もなしにお邪魔したのは。
It sounds like he's talking really close to the
データ分析室にいるはずです。しばしお待ちを。呼んできます。
ありがとうございます。
Like, turn down the gain on your microphone,
この
please.
方が安 安全家のモルトフィーさん。
Hey!
出身の方で、数年前から過疎研究員に勤めています。来ていたのね。
It's the very judgmental
サン
character.
プリングデータなら現在分析中。本日中には結果が出るわ。漂白者の身体検査用の
The
機器についても
many games use that system.
検定への旅。何か成果
That's
はあった
very true. Speaking of which, Ghost Wire Tokyo had that built into its mechanics. Why do you always like not
あの
talk?
については多少分かっていることがあるようだけれど、まだ検証の余地がありそうね。可能であれば全ての印に対して構造の破壊を除く検査と測定を行うべきよ。データは嘘をつかないから。
Data is always straightforward.
気時計以外は反響化で検査と測定ができるわ。測定には放射線測定機器を用いるから、黒石研究の責任者に申請を出しましょう。
Radiographic testing? Okay.
彼が黒石研究の責任者の一人よ。ここで待ってて。
She seems like a very uptight person that's all business.
これより対象物の回収および約20分間の測定を行います。特に変わったものはないようですね。君たちは幼い頃にこの飴玉を食べたと記憶しているようですが、ええ、私はネオユニオンの出身です。これは交流特有のものということですか？
私は看護師さんにこの飴玉を渡されました。
病院での出来事、もしかして
おそらく何かしらの薬物ね。
Ooh.
飴玉の形にすれば子供受けがいいということでしょう。
That's true. That's very true. I always remember when I was a kid, you know, they're always like, yeah, if you're good while you take your shots, I'll give you a lollipop. I remember that.
結論には至らない。
そうですね。私も同意見です。
I kind of miss those days.
データを持って推測を検証し
I
ましょう。
might be more inclined to you know, have a shot if
他に用があればそっちを優先して。
they offered me something
結果
afterwards.
が出次第また連絡する。漂白者さん、研究員で待ちましょうか？
Sure.
後で私のところに来て。
Don't forget your physical
身体
examination.
検査があるから。
You do care. You always seem so kind of uptight. Yeah, it's another clock. I want so oops. Oh yeah, there you go. So is there something that shows like what the time is? No. Okay. Hey, lots of exposition. Hey, I'll click on things later. Yes, a bribe. Yes.
これからあなたの身体状況と共鳴周波数における異常
Yeah, exactly.
準備できたら始めましょうか。
It's actually kind of funny that I went in to get some blood drawn for lab. And I was just joking with the lab tech, yo. I was like, you know, if I do good, yo, will you give me a treat? And she's like, oh yeah, sure. And I'm like, I'm an adult, you know that, right?
周波数エナジーを吸収する機構が別にあるみたい。まだ判断するにはデータが足りない。端的に言えば、あなたの体にはもう一つの空間、あるいは生き物がいる。
Sounds like I have a little universe in me.
どうやら実戦で検証するしかないよね。そのまま動かずデバイスをしっかり握りしめて。が作った疑似ソナ
Oh,
ラ
that's cool.
私とヤンヤンがサポートするわ。いつも通り残像と戦ってみて。
Okay. Time to kill some holograms, or... Ah! Hey! Don't just start swinging at me.
これから
Ouch! Okay.
あなたの体に無感謝の影響は見られない。至って正常よ。より詳細なデータが欲しい。次はもっと負荷をかけるわよ。これで終わりよ。
Ah!
周波数エナジーの認めがない。これもあなたの共鳴能力ではないみたいね。あなたに関
There we go, that's what I wanted.
さらなる検証が必要ね。行くよ。この身を刃に。行くよ。この身を刃に。高く舞い上がれ。行くよ。響け。
But that didn't kill you. Ah, she has a short range on that. Ah.
データ回収完了。前方の出口から戻ってきて。
After you get used to the doing the chains, it's really fun.
通信が急に途絶えた。どうも様子がおかしい。もう一回出口に行ってみよう。
My character, she has a voice. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize she could actually talk. That reminds me, did I ever equip? I did not. Oh, I can't do that here. Okay. Try to... Okay. We seem to have hit a glitch in the matrix.
また戻ってきた。
Ooh.
それにこの月は一体。
Eh?
残像？
What is happening? Yeah, bye. Ah! Hey, you don't have.
漂白者さん、漂白者さん。
Oh, phew. Okay.
よかった。白紙。
She looks so worried.
切れるなんて。
Oh my gosh.
疑似ソノラで何が起こったの？
You could, you guys. Have a good day, Calvin. Thank you so much for dropping in. It's good to see you again. Take care.
鎌を持つ巨大な残像。無感謝ではない。おそらくそれ以上に強力な残像ね。これは疑似ソノラの稼働開始後初めての事例よ。ソノラは特定の場面を完全に再現できる。客観的にいいも悪いも全て。そして 研究員が開発したこの疑似ソノラは、これが異常周波数の混入を防げない理由。
Our goal is to extract pure remnant energy with
つまり、可能性として考えられるのは、あなたが異常周波数に影響を与えた張本人だということ。ソノラに入った時のあなたの心境、
Oh, so it's my
も
fault.
しくは記憶が反映され、ソノラ自体が再構築された。どうもあなたの内面に関わる部分が多いよね。ソノラに発生していた異常が漂白者の無意識と共鳴したのか。すぐに結論を出すことは不可能ね。ソノラの動作確認は改めて行うわ。とにかく身体検査だけ見ればあなたは健康そのもの。でも何か異常を感じたらすぐ私に連絡して。いい？
She does care. Convene. Ah! Aha! We've unlocked the gotcha system finally. Okay.
過疎研究員所属。
やったー！
この出会いの意味を見せてもらいましょう。
Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Ooh, swords. Well, I'll pick that for now. Okay. Okay, this guy has he looks too ripped, man. Do you not skip crunch day once in a while? Oh, hey. Oh, wow. Okay, so I got 30, 40. Just collect these real quick. Too bad there's not a collect all button. That would be nice. Okay. Well, since they have given me 40, that means I can roll 5 times. So I should be able to get one of these. So let's see what we get. Let's see if streamer look is a thing of the past for me or not. Sword, gun, oh great. I don't think I have anyone that can use that yet. Okay, round 2. Oh, I did. Okay, I got it on the second time. Okay. Oh, who am I getting here? Why did I have to get this game's version of Bennett? Oh well, okay. Well, got that out of the way. We'll just select her for right now. Okay, well, that cuts it down to... I have this feeling this is this is the kind of luck that I kind of hate at the very beginning, because it's like you get that first quick 5-star and then you realize you're probably gonna have to suffer all the way to the that was unexpected. Okay, let's see. What are... Let's see. I don't want to spend those on that. Okay, and let's see. I just got you, old man. Go away. Okay, so I guess I got his ascension or whatever it's called. You're ruining my harem. Okay, so I got 4. Let me guess, they're probably 180 each. Okay, I got half of those. I'll decide if I roll on that later. Oops. So at least I got 6 people on my roster now. That's always great. I guess what is your class considered? Ah, you're a tank. Okay. Well, we'll at least give you something better than those. Defense or critical? Hand target with basic attacks with 5. Release. We'll put those on you for now. And we got Catboy here. You are... Ooh, Glacier. Okay. And you're also using those. Okay. Attack. Okay, well, you and so you use the guns. Okay. Let's see here. Attack, counterattack. I keep forgetting that you can counterattack in this game. I'm always dodging, then trying to come back in. Intro. Restores resonance. See, I kind of want to... I kind of want to go with that. Okay. Oh, you also use the sword. Okay. Let's switch you out. And... I'm really digging that intro attack. Okay, of course, we'll put you on me. For right now, anyways. There. Okay. And we'll worry about leveling up later. When I'm offline. Okay, anything else? Oops. Okay. What did I miss? Oh, yeah, I need to do this. See, so your ice. Well, I wonder which one is better, because your ice 982. Wow, you're stronger, aren't you? Okay. Well, you're a tank. I don't really want you in there. Okay, just for the sake of it, let's put you in there. Please do not be as annoying as Bennett. Oh.
預かっていた日時計をお返しします。
モルトフィーさん、測定の結果はどうでしたか？
結論から話します。
It's hollow.
空洞です。ほら、軽く叩くとそれっぽい音がする。また、これは成功に作られた春望という補助的な機構であるということも分かりました。機器の測定結果から判明したのは
whatever that word was.
空洞の中に小さな巻物のようなものが入っているという
A
ことで
small
す。
paper inside.
ただし、今はあるパーツが欠けています。適合するパーツがあれば、表にある2つの回転板らしき構造を動かすことができるでしょう。気候術は私の専門ではないのですが、根底にあるものは私の専攻である黒石武器とある程度共通しています。これが黒石武器であれば測定に20分も要しませんよ。とにかくパーツを取り付けて正確な位置まで回せば。
So we gotta find the parts to install on it. Okay.
パーツがどのような構造をしているかまでは解明できませんでした。
Yeah, maybe we'll have to go ask somebody else.
私に任せてください。
Well, you should have
時
said
間
that
さえあれ
first.
ば何とかしてみせます。
Why do you need to think it over if
着
you
信
can
が入
help
っ
me
たの
with
で
it?
少々お待ちを。どうされましたか？耳が早いですね。ええ、確かに美しいデータですね。いいセンスです。
漂白者さん、なんだかモルトフィーさん、顔つきが柔らかくなってませんか？やっぱり上手
Yeah,
な熱い方なのですね。
he's
まだ組み立てのお願いをして
definitely
ない
not
の
as
に
creepy as he started off to be.
完成までもうしばらくかかるみたいですね。漂白者さん、少し時間を空けてまた来ましょうか。
You are so considerate. Well, if we're supposed to give him space, okay. We'll look around. I was touching dials and stuff, so let's see what we got. Somebody's email. What's in here? Anything worth touching in here? Maybe there are parts that we could use for the sundial. Okay, I don't know if we should be ruffling through somebody's... Oop.
漂白者さん、
Yeah, let's not break anything that's not ours.
漂白者さん、そこにパーツの箱はないですよ。
Yeah, let's touch the big cube thing. Uh-oh.
漂白者さん、
Ow?
危険な行動は控えてください。
There should be a warning label on that. Okay, let's see if he's done with this phone call. He done yet? Oh, he doesn't sound happy.
君の言う通りですが、とっくに知れたことです。それは考えていなかったですね。君のアトリエ？あの足のやり場もない場所ですか？
It sounds like a
そこま
bad
で言う必要があります。
conversation.
お待たせしました。日時計の話に戻りましょう。この日時計の内部には二重の入れ子構造が仕込まれています。つまり欠けたパーツを同時に2つの層にはめる必要があるということです。また全体の状況も考慮に入れると、入れ子の溝を埋める指針に下向きのオートロックを追加する必要があります。設計図は私が作成します。組み立て用のパーツは総理のアトリエにあります。
Okay.
すでにそちらへは連絡してあるので取ってきてくれますか？
All right. We gotta go to... I was just in there.
あれだけ言われたので、かなり覚悟をしてきたのですが、モルトフィーさんが言うほどひどくはないような。まあ、確かに立つ場所に困るという点はその通りでしたけど。
Yeah, I was just in here touching stuff, remember?
多分これですね。重そうです。さあ、モルトフィーさんのところに持ってい。
Okay.
モルトフィーさん、パーツの箱を見つけました。
どれどれ。
こちらも検査の結果が出た。
Uh-oh. Is it terminal?
このマンゴスチンは何の変哲もない普通の果物よ。このままでも食べられるくらい普通の無毒無害なものだった。紫の葉っぱの方は非常に軽微な残像周波数が検出された。それに
They
相殺
overlap?
されていて見え
Really?
づらいけど
2つの周波数が共存している。どちらもめったに見かけないものよ。また検出された周波数は拡散状だったので、残像の接触による残留の可能性は極めて低い。普通の葉っぱでもなく、残像の擬態でもない。過去のデータを照合すると、会食の影響を受けた地域のものと推測できる。
Okay. I have no idea what that means, but okay.
会食は悲鳴後に発生した異変に対する総称です。無音区をはじめ、天空海、疎開雨、重力喪失、ありし日には起こり得なかった異変のことを会食現象と呼びます。そして、悲鳴はすべての異変の元凶となるものです。飴玉については成分分析で飴ではなく、傾向のワクチン
So they were right. It was medicine.
このタイプのワクチンは低温保存したところで
20 years?
2年しか持たないのだけれど、これは期限が20年も経っているわ。20年も前のワクチンですか。この飴玉、20年ほど前に本州で子供たちの間で流行した疫病と関係しているのではないですか。飴玉タイプのワクチンなら院内の公衆資料室にはアーカイブがあるはず。
That is a not so subtle clue.
が特殊だから、先にロビーにある情報デバイスで棚を調べてから行った方がいいわ。モルトフィーさん、
組み立て完了。これが日時計の元の姿です。
もう回せますか。
はい。正しい方位と時間の情報を
Align the
入
correct
手し、
markers of
指
the
針
plane
をそれに合わせれば
should be able
からくり
to-
が解除されるはずです。
Ah.
知識と師匠。転換知識は交流特有の数詞ですね。
She knows something more than what she's letting on.
算術、順序を示す際などに使われていましたが、今ではあまり使われていません。一体これで何を伝えようとしているのでしょうか。命名規則ね。これはコーラン類書の構築にも使われた、古から伝承された伝統的な方法だから、今でも交流の大多数の図書館で分類や索引に採用されているの。院内の公衆資料室でも十二支を用いて資料の分類をしているわね。
Okay.
ありました。羊の列です。
Located on the way shelf. Okay.
立つ、み、馬、羊。漂白者さん、この列です。
Abstract. Infectious disease was no longer effective treatment, primarily affecting children. So we are in what it obviously seems to be a completely different world on a completely different planet in a fictional universe, but yet they still use the Greco-Roman calendar and time. Yeah, I get it, but I just it just kind of fascinates me that they translate it like that, or they even write the script like that.
写真が2枚ありますね。
There's 2 photos. What do you know, Yang Yang, that you're not telling us? She clearly knows something that she is not letting on. Whoops. The first resonator. Resonator Blank reports amnesia regarding the resident's ability with no clear time awakening. Her examination is needed to determine the origin of the resident's abilities. Overclock, elliptical kind of fluctuations. There's a lot of redacted in this.
今週が一行性区画として設置されたのも羊年ですよね。数孔子前の羊年で、確か扁平と過疎研究員の竣工も同じ年だったと思います。今週は雲量谷の戦いをきっかけに設置されました。記述にのみ残されたあの強大な残像。無感者によって引き起こされた戦いです。
Wasn't that what I fought at the very beginning? I thought she said that we fought a crownless at the very beginning.
漂白者さん、飴玉の情報について漂白者さんはどう思いますか？
日時計のからくりを解除するための情報は飴玉の手がかりを追うことでその一部を手に入れることができたというのが今までの流れだったね。
It still like catches me off guard that she actually has a voice sometimes.
つまり一つの印から複数の目的地へたどり着くことも可能。また一つの目的地で重要な情報を複数にレインが私に会いたい理由は伝えたい情報があるから。私が彼女に会いたい理由は知りたいことがあるから。しかし彼女の伝えたいことと私の知りたいこと、この2つが同じとは限らないし、印から得られる情報はどちらにもなる。
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I could have completely missed the point.
彼女の時間が限られていたため、一部の表面的な情報しか用意することができず、答えへの道筋が不明になってしまったか、あるいはこれまでの調査は全て彼女の手のひらの上の出来事であり、簡単に入手できた情報が実は偶然情報にたどり着いただけのものはそれを読み解くことができない。
That could be it too.
これらの情報自体が
What do you know that you're not saying, Yang Yang?
伝えたい情報を伝えたい人に届けるためにはどうする？
私なら強調します。本当に伝えたい情報を何度も仕込む。
Okay. Umberto, welcome to the chat. Thank you for dropping in. How are you? We're a couple of hours into the game here, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around the whole story of this. This is definitely getting complicated.
お仕事を終えた私が来た。どう？漂白者の体の具合は。
白紙によると
She's always a kid.
異常はないんですって。印についても少しずつ分かってきたところです。
至って普通の一日だったね。強いて言えばチンピおじが張さんちの猫とぶつかって転んじゃったとか、ワンちゃんが通行人に吠えるって苦情があったからちょっと行ってみたとか。
So your job is to do public service by getting cats out of trees and helping people cross the road.
あと失踪届が1件あったかな。ちょっと調べてみたけど、どうもあんたとは関係ないみたい。明日直接届出人のところへ行っていろいろと聞かなきゃ。そうそう、あんたのデバイスも検索したけどやっぱり引っかからなかったね。履歴にあったのは今日一緒に登録した1件だけで、そんなこんなで退勤時間になったってわけ。あたぼうよ。
You have way too much energy.
美味しいもん食べに行くって約束したしな。
Oh yeah, and you're
明日
hungry.
の出勤前にみんなでパンファ食堂に行こっか。
Let's
漂白者さん、今夜泊まる場所はありますか？完全に大物扱いされてるじゃん。もうこのままダラダラしてたら朝になっちゃうよ。今日は漂白者を部屋まで案内して、あとは明日。
Hey, you have that feeling that you're being followed, don't you? Oh? You got people watching people who are following people. Okay. It's like, who's the spy that's watching the spy that is following the spy? You can change your time in the terminal. Ah, okay. Ah, gotcha. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. You can even set the time for tomorrow, 2 days later. That's weird. That's really weird. That's a unique mechanic that you would add into a game. Let's see, how much... Okay. I got 4 of those. So, I still need 90. Okay. 330. Okay, let's see. What time is it? I really enjoy the atmosphere that they are injecting in this game. This reminds me of the Asian themed expansion that they had for Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know why. It may be because of the way everything looks. You're gonna eat extra spicy noodles for breakfast? You don't eat spicy for breakfast? What's the matter with you? That must be the reason why you're so spry. Yeah, we'll agree with you just to move this conversation along. Please don't tie me up. Let's not try that.
マンゴスチンと葉っぱの方はまだだけど、飴玉と日時計についてはある程度分かったんだよね。研究員に1回行っただけで2件も解決できるなんて、漂白者が冴えてるっていうか。漂白者さん、次はどうしますか
？Let's look into...
白紙は残像の周波数が残っているから、なので葉っぱを調べるためには。
Finally, we get to leave the...
昨日からちょっと頭使いすぎじゃない？そろそろ体を動かす時間だよ。
All I know is I must kill.
いいぞいいぞ。
Okay.
その調子で残像をガンガン粉々にしちゃえ。しかも漂白者さんもほどほどにしてください。でも場外に出るなら私は一緒に行けなくなる。仕事があるからな。やんやん、
漂白者のことは任せたぜ。信じ
Yeah.
てるよ。
はい、そうします。
I'll protect her. No, don't worry about it. Participate in various events on the land to earn rewards. Okay. Vesta and... Ah! Grapple. Okay. Event. Oh, okay. And that is... Okay. Oh, they actually do give a pretty good amount of stuff here for leveling up. Nice. Okay, let's see here. Now that we get to leave town, let's make sure that those I have in my party are adequately leveled. So, let's see here. We'll put you at 5 for now. And since we want to see, I'll select. Oh, I can already max out my. Okay, since I don't know how good the characters are, we'll just try things out at random here for now, and I'll worry about leveling them up later. And see here, cryo, but I don't think I have a cryo. But I don't know if it makes a difference or not that they are. There we go. What's this? Backpack. Okay. Alright, and we'll worry about all the little detail stuff later. What do you have? Can you buy? Ah, okay. I'll just buy everything right now. Okay, and you can cook in the game, which is interesting, but we'll worry about cooking later. Map. Okay. Okay, so okay, let's head towards the entrance here.
共鳴者も共鳴者が携えている音階もその能力を上げるためには特殊な素材を使わなければいけません。そういった素材が必要な場合は訓練基地で権限教官を訪ねてください。
Oh, nice. Okay, so that's what that is. Okay. Yeah, we've already leveled them up. We don't need to worry about this. Okay. Yes, we already did this. Oh, you're gonna make me max her out? Okay, fine. Yeah, we put her at max level, and I don't think we have to worry about that too much. Nice.
ヤンヤン、聞こえた？あの方向は予期の訓練基地ですよね。新兵訓練を任されている権現教官は確かにちょっと厳しい。
Yeah, we don't need to worry about that. Let's go do some stuff out
縄
and
文の警備が一段と厳しくなったみたいですね。
uh-oh.
この先は北楽野原です。通行権限がなければ
お
お通しできません。
No go away. What? Why is your go? Why is it twitching like that? Okay.
どうした？もうずいぶん経ったからもうそろそろ諦めてくれないか？
これは昨日会った軍人さん。その説はどうも。金道は共鳴者、腕にも多少自信がある。故に場外に向かい人探しをする所存である。一度任されたからには見つけるまでは帰れない。そこはどうか理解いただきたい。
たとえ共鳴者であっても今はお通しできません。
場
You're
内はさほど
keeping me
変わりないよう
in
に見
the
える。
city.
前線の状況はそれほど緊迫しているのか？
That is one interesting outfit.
これも城内を安心させるためだ。どうか分かってくれ。
それに北楽野原には兵士たちと共に紀元将軍がいます。確かに戦場は危険ですが、将軍
それとお前のことも報告しておいた。城内で家宝を待っていればいい。
巡礼所への説明もしたし、その他諸々の手も尽くした。引き受けた以上どんなことでもやる。それにあなた方の苦労も理解している。だから頻道はあなた方を困らせたくはない。ここにいて邪魔なのであれば姿を隠して遠くから見張ることも可能だが。
What are you about to do?
戦況は常に変化している。ここで待てば予期軍に会えるわけじゃない。予期軍が帰ってきても探しているその人がいるとも限らない。それに戦
That
場
looks
は
like
危
a
険だ。
mix between a China
通行権限も
dress
簡単に
and
手に入るものじゃない。はい、確認しました。
二人で間違いありませんか？
ありがとう。この恩は決して忘れない。軍人さん、これなら問題ないよね。
最高レベルの権限なら、はい、大丈夫です。
というか軍を率いていてもおかしくないレベルだなこれ。
In a way, I'm kind of glad that they are doing all this exposition early, but at the same time, we've spent way too long in town.
ヤンヤン殿の言う通り。
Okay,
事前に集めた情報によると、
we won't question
消
it.
防じいさんのお孫さんは石崩れの高地にいる可能性が一番高い。二人に会えてよかった。これでようやく本格的な人探しができる。金道にお任せあれ。
She's wearing a cross between a China dress and one of those type of shirts. That's just weird. It's weird, but at the same time, it's interesting. So that's fine. Yay! We finally get out of town after all that exposition. Okay, let's go a little bit further here. Whoops. Bunny rabbit. You know what this feels like? This feels like how Final Fantasy 15 was, with, you know, you had all these modern type things with roads and cars and everything, but yet you still had the kind of sci-fi element. Okay, well, everything should be pretty easy to kill now, I would think.
僕の出番だ。この手に集え。この身を刃に。風化両乱。しばらくはしのげるでしょう。
Oh yeah, I never did figure out where to turn that in. Okay, well, we'll keep going. Let's keep it rolling. That's interesting. This is the part where I start seeing things that are interesting, and I go way off the story. The story quest. Let's see here. So since we had a 4-star weapon on you, let's upgrade that. I don't want to burn. I never did. Do any of the characters I currently have even use that? Gauntlets. Ah, you use it. Okay, so I can put that on you. Okay, she had the cryo. Okay, so let's upgrade you. I don't want to burn through all my weapons quite yet, since I don't know when I'm going to be getting. Oops. We'll max you out though. Can I? Were there any? No, there weren't. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's different. Ah! So I'm guessing absorb echoes to increase your data bank level. The higher your level, the higher the drop rate of echoes and higher the max absorbable rare echoes. Oh, so even those have rarities. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so let's look at... So I got you on that. What is... Ah, that's cool. Let's put that on you. And... I suppose there is a level cost for this. So I wonder what the level cost is for... What does that do? Let's put that on Catboy here. Yeah, we'll put you on there. Okay. I wonder if this is how intricate the system is, you know, because I mean, it looks like each thing has a specific cost and okay. We're gonna have to go do treasure hunting here later, aren't we? Ah! I keep pressing the wrong button to try to dodge. Okay, that was kind of cheesy, but that's actually pretty fun. Skill that he has, even though it's rather short range. It's better. It kind of feels like the same type of range limit that the other character had. Okay, let's see what other trouble we can get into. Let's head to the next quest point.
なんでこんなところに一般人が。残像町の後方戦場はすぐそこだ。
予期軍東博所属のヤンヤンです。
I didn't know she had a rank and she was part of the Rangers.
支援探しているのは共鳴者じゃなくて一般人なんだよな。
いかにも会ったことはあるか。
一応な。あいつは正規の軍人じゃないのになぜか戦闘に参加しようと躍起になっていた。そのせいか去年から密かに輸送隊について行ったことが何回かあったんだ。それで副派への軍需官に連れてかれた。今城内にいないのであればおそらく前方の副派への駐屯地にいるはずだが、そこから先に進むと戦場だ。それ以上は行かないでくれ。一般の者を危険に。
感謝します。
それとその方向に向かうなら同僚である東博に付近の2つの偵察装置の連絡が途絶えている。状況を確認してきて。
わかりました。
偵察装置の座標をデバイスに送信してよ。
Okay. And sensor. Ah. Censor valuable content in a scene such as... Ah, okay. Ah. Cool. Why is this locked? Did I miss one? Oh, alright.
歴史を感じるね。
Ah, interesting. Okay, let's follow the echoes.
この先が偵察装置。妙に人が多い。
軍人には見えませんね。
Uh-oh. Are they bandits?
失礼。ここで何をしている？
俺たちは何も。ちょうど城内に戻ろうとしてたところだ。
すみません。この偵察装置ですが。
逃げろ。
Uh-oh.
もう無理。お腹ペコペコ。
許してくれ。もう盗むしか方法がないんだ。
Tell me what you're doing now, and maybe we'll let you
何
live.
があった？最近北部の戦況が厳しい。物資が減って生きることさえ難しくなってきた。でも私らはもう長い間ろくなもんを食ってね。金も底をついちまった。でたまたま通りかかったここに貴重な備品が置いてあるのを見つけたんだ。
軍偵察装置が機能を失えば、ここに残像潮が発生する可能性が高まります。もし本当にそうなれば、前線の戦士たちは敵に囲まれた状態に陥ることになる。
知ったこっちゃねえよ。残像長が来る前に死んじまいそうだったんだ。
You need to be smacked on side of the head.
許されない。返してもらおうか。だが今週城までまだ距離がある。あと食べ物も金も少しだが持っていくといい。
Yeah, look at
これ
that.
だけあれば今週城まで持つだろう。これ全部？ありがとうございます。
落ち着け。今から食べるな。お客さんに礼を言うのが先だろう。
常に善をもって人を救う。故に捨てるものなしと師匠が言ってた。気にするな。
Oi! What do you think you're doing?
気をつけて。
なかなか手強い。
恩をあだで返すつもりか。
Oh,
こ
left
の大人
down.
数だ。これだけじゃ足りねえよ。貴重品と食べ物全部だしな。その方が身のためだぞ。弱い者いじめには興味が。
That fight went so fast. Wiley, welcome to the chat.
頻度は食べ物も金も渡した。もしかして まだ他の仲間がいるのか？
How are you doing?
今の動き加えてその服
立派な一般人だよ。ついこの間追放者になったってだけで、もともと町を出て順位から逃げようと思っていたんだが、まさか北部での戦闘があんなに大変なことになるなんて。
途中で食料と金を使い切っちまって、それで仕方なく盗みを。ちょうど駐屯地に誰もいなかったんだ。じゃないとさすがに軍のものを盗む度胸はねえよ。なあ、あんたら私らと違って少年まで善人なんだろ。もう少し金を恵んじゃくんねえ。
そうか。先ほどヒンドーが渡した物資で今週上まで持ちこたえられるはず。
You're my favorite
たとえあの
one.
人数でも十分だ。ヒンドーも山を下ったことがあるゆえ。
Well, we just started, which is, well, not just started, but
おい、なんだよ。
I'm very impressed with the way everything is so far.
貪欲は苦しみをもたらし、満足は富をもたらす。ヒンドーはあなたたちが無事に町へ戻るためのことをしたまで。
いや、ジョーちゃん知らねえだろうけど、今じゃ金も稼ぎにくいんだよ。
ヒンドーも似たようなものだった。山を下り、かろうじて今週までたどり着いた後、一から勉強し、仕事を学んだ。
I absolutely love the character designs and
経験も知識もある。それでも
personalities that each character has.
6000茶屋の関心、ヒンドーを訪ねるといい。
ああ、わかった。わかったから。もうこれ以上しねえよ。
I mean, this picture here is a great illustration of how you can have similar types of colors or designs on characters and still make them look relatively unique. You know, especially the three playable characters on the left. You know, even on the right, I mean, the two male characters clearly are using the same character stance, but you can tell that they're different characters from just their haircuts, the hairstyles. But even with the playable characters, I mean, all three of them have the same color hair, but and two of them have long hair, but they're they're highlighted so differently that they stand out apart from each other, which is great. I was really afraid from a lot of the trailers that I've seen on this that Hey, you better not walk off with anything stolen.
本当ですか？でもそちらの偵察塔は
知らねえよ。あれはとっくに壊れてたようなもんじゃねえか。
わかりました。予期の駐屯地も近いですし、漂白者さん。
With the trailers that I saw with the game before launch, I was actually a little concerned that it might be too drab. I mean, a lot of the scenes had that kind of like gray filter over it, or that brown filter over it that made it kind of look kind of almost post-apocalyptic a little bit. But I'm really glad that each character is able to stand out, and it's more than just the same color palettes over and over and over again. Complete the decryption by connecting the same colors. Okay. 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 Hey, where's the other one? Okay, the other one's over there. This is a really fun game. I'm glad that I decided to try it. I'm not quite to the point where I want to drop $100 to gacha yet. but I mean, I think there's enough like freebie stuff out there in the world that if you do enough collecting, you should relatively get what you want. At least that's what. Ooh, what's going on over here? Ah! Anybody else? No? I keep hitting the directional pad. Opening up my thing here when I want to be switching down. I keep hitting left for some reason. There's a new similar game to be released later this year, they say. Which game is that? I've kept my eye on this one, but the only other gacha game I'm currently playing with any kind of regularity is Star Rail. And that's mostly because, I could drop like, $5 on the game or whatever, and I've been able to get everything that I've wanted to get so far. Where are you taking me, butterflies? I guess the butterflies are the this game's version of those anemo. Uh-oh. Ah! Okay. You can pick those up. Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. I haven't been able to figure out what I'm supposed to do with these things. Right trigger. Am I supposed to do something with these? Throw. Aim. What? I have... Ah, there we go. Okay. Am I supposed to line those up with something? Azure Promelia. I have not heard of that game, but I will keep my eye out for it. And that guy looks like trouble, so we'll come back to him. I need to figure out what these things are, because I've seen like 2 or 3 of them, but I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with these. Nope. Oh, that is so cool! I didn't realize her highlights lit up when she fights. That is so cool. No. I will have to come back and figure out what that is supposed to be. Uh-oh.
茨で塞がれている。どうにか茨を取り除いて信号灯を直さないと。この茨、力ずくではちぎれないようだ。周りに何か使え
Slot
るものはないか。
1 is the MC, yes. Yeah, you had a choice between the male and female MCs, and I've always preferred the aesthetic of the female MCs, so... And what's this? Pressure platform. The weight block is placed on the pressure platform. Use levitator to grab weight block. Okay. Levitator. There is a lot of interesting mechanics in this game that it feels a bit like they have borrowed from almost every single other game out there and put the mechanics in there, which is really weird. But it's
歴史を感じるね。
it's actually quite fun at the same time, because you know that you can get all these different mechanics all in one game. It's actually quite impressive that they've been able to mesh them all together. Oh, that's okay. He's cryo. I forgot he's cryo. For some reason, I thought he was pyro. Ah! You're worthless to me. See, this is why I always have a pyro character in my party, because more things burn than freeze. But he's a 5-star, so it's kind of like, he's the only 5-star I got so far. Maybe if I get somebody else. What's this? Oh? What am I supposed to do with this? Here's your Horizon Zero Dawn beacon thing. Oh, what have we got down here? It's kind of funny. I since they let me max out my current level at 20, it's like most things so far I'm just kind of ripping through. Aha! Okay. You think they'll have Halo 2? Hey, you know, I actually found it a little disappointing that they had Aloy in Genshin and they did absolutely nothing with her. It was kind of like, what was the point? You know? Ooh, what's all this? Ow! Don't get too close. Ah, okay, so we're gonna pick you up, LT. And then 8. Haha. Okay. Oops. Ta-da! Okay. This has been a really fun game so far. I am thoroughly glad I picked it up. I mean, the mechanics feel relatively, they feel familiar, but they are just different enough or new enough where you can feel that there's a skill level. I mean, even these puzzles are really impressive. Encryption pulses different directions after. Okay. Whoops, I turned it. There we go.
これは予想外ね。
I actually liked the fact that they, you're not getting a lot of currency, gacha currency from those chests, but I'm actually glad that they. It looks like they have set a certain level for them, off the, up front. Because if you look at like how Genshin was, I think it was patches up to either 3 or like just before 3. They started cutting in half the amount of primo gems you could get from the treasure chests. And I'm actually surprised that more people didn't complain about it, because, I mean, up until then...
頻度が戦場に出るのは初めてだ。城内との雰囲気が全く違う。
up till then, I was relatively able to get most things without having to buy, and I think that was partly why they cut it in half in order to incentivize people to buy the battle passes, or to buy currency, that kind of thing. And it surprised me that they waited so long to do a currency reset. With the bonuses. Because I honestly, in my opinion, that the more times you provide those types of bonuses for people to incentivize them to buy currency, I think in the long run you're gonna be making more money and not less. What is Some of these are gonna. Oh, wait a minute. I think I figured it out. No? I wonder if I need a specific weapon to open that. Did I spend a Genshin? Yes, I did. I stopped playing somewhere after 2.1 came out and before 3.0, and it was primarily because the community had become so toxic. I didn't want to support a game that had a toxic community. And for its time, I actually had a pretty good roster of characters and ascensions.
しかし申請はまだ。
場内に大至急手続きを進めてもらいましょう。たった1秒の遅れが前線を崩壊させます。いざとなったら直接私と連絡を取るように伝えなさい。ではもたもたしない。まだ運び終わってない武士どちら様でしょうか。増援の方ですか。
If I didn't need the disk space, I would show you what my current roster looked like.
予期軍の東博所属のヤンヤンです。そしてこちらは。
すみません。少々お待ちを。気をつけなさい。この箱に入っているのは全部医薬品よ。東博ならば増援ですよね。ちょうどよかった。すぐまた前線からちょっと失礼。もしもし。
Boy, she is just.
オーバークロックした共鳴者がいる。わかりました。すぐ移動してください。
I think you have a little too much to handle there.
負傷者を世話する人手が足りません。私は今からオーバークロックした共鳴者のところに向かわなきゃいけないので、そちらを具体的に何をすれば。彼らの安全を確保してほしい。治療はプロに任せて。ありがとう。
CJC, welcome to the chat. Just woken up. Is this game fun? It is amazing. I find this so much more fun than Genshin, personally.
これが後方支援です。前線の戦士たちは命令に従い敵を打ち倒すことに専念。物資。
I mean, so far the world, the graphics, the gameplay, even the as you can tell, I'm using the Japanese voice acting, but I mean the voice acting is real good as well. But she does look like Seal, doesn't she, from the side? If it wasn't for her having twin tails.
大半の方は知る機会がありませんからね。それに人々が心配や恐れを抱かず安心して生活できるようにするというのも。
Yeah, I mean, just the fighting mechanics is amazing. You know, I mean, you have your regular weapon mechanics, you know, like in the other, you know, hack and slash RPG, but you also have counters. You can actually counter an attack from your enemy. There's kind of like, you know, a reversal type mechanic. They have intro and outro type of damage skills that allows you to link up, bringing in different characters. They're pretty much like on par with like an elemental burst type thing. So yeah, it's extremely fun. The only complaint I have right now would be that the game does that there is a lot of talking here at the beginning, you know, and it's really understandable since they're trying to educate you on the world that you're playing in and what's going on and what the current conditions are in the world and whatnot. And you know, personally, I would rather have them do that kind of world building as you go along in the story versus trying to set up the entire narrative up front, because if you do that, you end up taking the character out of the immersion. You know, all you're doing is sit there and listening, right? And it can be on par with enough narrative to if you were watching like an anime. So I mean, it's not overly oppressive, but at the same time, since you are playing a game and there's so many you know, it's an action RPG, you would want to, you know, do some action and then have that brief pause in between, you know, and then do some more action, you know, and take that character along with the action. Yes, I am playing on a PC. And actually, I'm curious. I don't know if it's gonna read it since I... Yeah, it's not maxing out my video card at all. And it's not going to pick up the frames per second since I started the overlay after I've already started playing the game. But let's see here. I switched something in the game. Let me turn that one off. Okay. I have a new laptop now. I use A16 TUF gaming. Ooh, 8 gigs RAM, 512 memory, Ryzen 7. Would that be enough? I would say that'd be more than enough. I don't actually. Let's see here. Game bar. Oops. Game bar. Let's see if this. So, it doesn't show up on the screen in front of you. I have the settings up to full. Yeah, so I have the settings cranked up all the way up, and I can tell you right now that there is some fluctuation with frame rate, even with VSync on or off. But it's not so detrimental that you would that you know, the dodging mechanic and the counter mechanic, you know, I don't notice a difference, you know, when the frame rate drops. But I have so I'm using a Ryzen 7 as well. Mine's a AMD 5700. Now I do have 32 gigs of RAM in my PC, and I'm running off the solid states. And I mean, but I only have a RTX 3060 Ti.
予期軍の共鳴者は皆一騎当選の強者。国を助け民を救い。
I would say even with you know, some of the limitations you may have with your like amount of RAM and you know, it being a laptop, it probably would handle the game just as well. I mean, most gaming laptops, you know, newer gaming laptops, you know, seem to run on par with some of the better PCs out there. Somehow the interface is also close to Genshin. Yeah, it is. There are slight differences, but you know, they relatively feel more or less the same. Like, I think like in Genshin, you know, you have to hold the well, if you're using a controller like me, hold the left button to open up the wheel, but in this game you have to hold the left on the D-pad to open up the wheel. But I also think that kind of falls in line with how most first-person games, you know, they do have some sense of familiarity, even though that, you know, some first-person games they make you hold down a button to run, and others you just press the, you know, the L3 button, you know. Star Rail is it. This game feels. So I've played Genshin Impact. I played you know, I still play Star Rail, and I've also played Tower of Fantasy, and almost, you know, there's similarities between all three of them. But at the same time, there's just enough difference between them to, you know, distinguish themselves. Now, in this game, and I was commenting on it a little bit earlier, this game seems to have melded so many other games that came out before it into one single place. You know, there's enough in here that feels like Breath of the Wild. There's enough in here that feels like Genshin, so on and so forth. You know, even all the way up to like puzzle mechanics and whatnot. It definitely feels like they took the best part of all the other games and add them into this game. Yeah, my PC is, I mean, there are some games that if I were to run the same settings on there, my core temperature of my video card would be up to like 80 degrees, and that's with cooling, liquid cooling, extra fans and all sorts of other things in my rig.
こちらは脅迫者さんと人探しをしている監視さん。
And I'm actually kind of impressed. I mean, right now it's running at about 64% on my GPU and my VRAM, but it's only running 36% on my motherboard RAM, and I mean it's running at like between 4 and 10% on my CPU.
金堂は先に人探しに向かうが、後ほどまた脅迫者殿ヤンヤン殿と合流したい。
これはどういうつもりだ。
Whoa.
私としたことが。
That was a grenade? What's the matter with you, man?
これは。そうですね。
Now local fruit.
今週上の物産では取れないものなので、船での輸送が必要です。残像庁がひどい今では生活物資の輸送が優先されますから。
I'm waiting for that soldier to loop back around and run past us again. There he goes! Oh, there's a second one.
今州南部の延長の沼から根草の港に泊まり、それから輸送隊を福波の戦士に護衛させて城内に入るという感じですね。それとこのマンゴスチンは賞味期限が短く、手榴弾と間違い
Oh, now there's two of them. Hey, they're dressed differently too. So it's not just the same one. Okay, yeah, I do have to admit that does look a little bit like a grenade. The only thing that I've seen so far is that there is a frame rate drop depending on, I mean, like right now it's running at 85 frames per second, and then it'll drop down to like 40, and then it'll spike back up to 60. So they probably still do have some optimizing to do, but like you said, it is a relatively new game, so it is extremely fun though. Again, like, the only thing at that the only thing that and I've seen a lot of other game outlets also say this. Oh, you're leaving? What was I saying? Oh yeah, I've seen several other game outlets also say this, that it is story heavy at the beginning. But what game wasn't story heavy at the beginning, you know?
果たしてレイン様はこれで何を伝えようとしているのでしょうか。脅迫者さん、つまりマンゴスチンを通じてレイン様が脅迫者さんに伝えようとしている情報は、軍需官の話によると南部の水運ルートですね。ここはまだ後方ですが、すでに風から殺戮の気配を感じます。緊張、不安、一体前線で何が。
So Yang Yang is extremely like she's one of those characters that has she's in touch with everything, she can sense everything, and then she's also very compassionate. So every time I read her lines and hear her talk, I'm always thinking that whatever's happening is affecting her the most, you know? Even though this whole story so far... Why is my hand talking again? Yo! I mean, look at these graphics, man! I mean, this is a free-to-play game. I mean... This is amazing. I mean, check this out, man. This is coming from a free-to-play game, and we've only put in like 3 or 4 hours in it.
Shogun!
Yo, it's the banner guy. Okay, I gotta try to pull. Okay, I know I tend to. Oh my god. Yo, okay. You're gonna let me play as him. Okay. You. Oh, big guy. Whoa! Hey, 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 hey! Hot, 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 hot! All right, we can do this. We can do this. Bring it. Ah! Ow! I didn't time that right. Ah! Let's time it again. Dude, doesn't your health bar ever go down? Ah! Dang it. Ready for that one. Ah. Dang it. Dang it. Ah. I hate it when he goes off screen because I can't see him. There you go.
どうかしましたか？どこ
Okay.
か具合でも？
He was extremely fun to play. Just for that little bit. That was actually pretty cool. I can already foresee tons of R3, 4, and fan service drawing after this day. Yeah, I totally agree. Genshin started like that. You could run at it max setting. Yeah, those updates really brought down the graphic performance quality.
視界が残像のものになって北楽野原で起きていることが見えた。
And I was actually keeping an eye on the overlay. It doesn't show up on the screen here, but it was mostly running around 60 frames during that fight.
すぐ先の戦場ではその貴炎将軍が戦士たちを率いて残像町に立ち向かっています。偶然とは思えないですよね。
He's definitely fun though. I mean, Zhongli was, Lord of the Geo and, shield bearer for all. But this guy here, he actually reminded me of the other, the arrow guy that could do like the whole waves, circle of air around him, and then he could like bounce up and down. It almost felt like that. I forgot which one that character is. I forgot what his name is.
この戦場はある異変の予兆のようですね。あるいは極楽野原から伝わっている流れ息がいつもより不気味な感じがします。漂白者さん、今この時あの戦場はあなたと何かつながりがあるはずです。
Yeah, my hand keeps saying that it's hungry.
ですが声の周波数は全く感じませんでした。
There's just so much story building in here. It's
漂白者さん、
白紙は葉っぱに残像の周波数が残っていると言っていた。最後の印が指している場所はあそこだ。
そちらは中部大地吉村の方ですね。
her eyes lit up for a second there. Even the little the little overlay screen right there, talking about, ending and beginning of chapters. Even that's kind of reminiscent of Genshin and Star Rail.
漂白者さんもやってみますか?
New item. Guidebook is unlocked. Press and hold. Blah. And guidebook. Okay. Complete basic skills training. Learn all necessary skills. That'll grant you extra stuff there. Okay, we'll do that later. New weapon obtained. Oops. I think she was increases resident skill damage by 12. I actually like the one I have on her better. Hey, here's the other here's the other thing that this it makes me laugh, you know, because it almost feels like collecting Pokemon at this mechanic. You know, I mean, you basically fight your enemy, and then some of them leave echoes, and then you can equip them. I swear, it feels just like Pokemon on many levels, which is just, it's great. It's another thing to make this game different from the other games. I mean, instead of like having relics and stuff that you equip them, you instead and maybe this is just something that happens later, but I mean that it's just so it almost feels like, okay, we're gonna have to go Pokemon hunting in order to yeah, get the best stuff. But I mean, each character looks surprisingly different with their own personality, just showing from their idle screen here. Okay. Yeah, Pal World. Yeah. That's probably a better example. You know, it's just like Pal World. But they want you to explore the game because maybe you think somewhere out there. Yeah. Well, and that's one of the things that they mentioned in the tutorial. Some have apply a stackable target. Yeah, see, here's your counter skill. You know, when you see the red flash, you know, you can block them or counter with the to get an upper hand. But where? Wait a minute. Yeah, here, right here. So the absorb echoes to increase your data bank level. The higher the level, the higher the drop rate for echoes, and higher the max absorbable rarity of echoes. So basically, instead of going, and maybe you have to do it with dungeons as well or something, I'm not, who knows, but basically you're grinding levels to increase your data bank level, but then that also unlocks higher tier echoes for you to absorb from various mobs you fight. Which is kind of an ingenious way of doing it, because like you said, it makes you go out there and explore the world and fight specific monsters and look for specific spawns, so on and so forth. And it doesn't just confine you to like a dungeon or an instance, you know, like Genshin does. You know, you're constantly looking at the same four walls, trying to, you know, killing the same four monsters over and over and over. You know, at least this kind of keeps you out there in the world and exploring, and this, at least the scenery is different, you know, instead of like, I can't even begin to count how much I've spent in specific dungeons trying to get specific drops with specific roles on it for a character that I have, you know? So I do think that's a very unique spin on it. Now, the only thing that's really going to kill me is that, you know, and I think they did it on purpose there, you know, this being a launch, within the launch window, they let you play as the 5-star guy, and he's actually pretty fun to play. And now I kind of want to roll for him, you know? Let's see, I don't think I have enough to roll for him yet. Ooh, I'm getting close. How many? Oh, I do. Okay. Well, I can only roll for 10 right now, so like I've said, if I may end up spending on this game at some point. Ooh. And of course, you're gonna get a lot of junk rolls. That's not too bad. Let's see, increase it when intro skills release. Increase attacks by 15. Oh, nice. Okay. At least with this one, you know, you can select which one you want to roll for. But that's kind of a unique thing as well, because you have your standard permanent one, and then you have one where you can select which one you want. Now, I'm assuming that this is probably just a one-off, and after you hit the limit, then you're stuck with the regular banner here. But even still, you know, if you happen to pull one of the other 5-stars through the event banner, you can still switch here, which is nice. Why, he looks like Lancer. Yeah, he does. You know, and again, he was pretty fun to play, which was. It'd be interesting. The synergy of specific echoes will give buffs. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something that is still largely being felt out by the community right now, is trying to figure out you know, trying to feel out the quirks between each specific you know, echo that you pick up, because a lot of, you know, it took the community probably about 4 to 6 months to finally recognize that Bennett was an OP character to have because of his attack buff, you know. And most people are like, "Oh, he sucks. He can't do any damage. He can't do this. He can't do that." But you know, none of them bothered to look at the fact that he, you know, his attack buff at the time was completely OP. You know, so. I'll be interested to see what the various, you know, sites have to say about this. But all right, well, it's almost midnight here, and I do have to get up early in the morning here for some various appointments I have to go to tomorrow. But I do intend on keeping up with this game, see how it goes, and see how far we get. And like I said, depending depending on how I feel, I may end up spending to roll just because I'm streaming it, but I don't know yet. I also plan on doing a lot of farming on the side here as well to kind of run down a lot of these other things so we can, I don't spend the entire time playing of just item collecting or whatnot. So, but yeah, extremely fun. I'm not sponsored by this by any stretch of the means, but I do think it's extremely fun, and I right now I would prefer this game over Genshin, if for nothing else because of the freshness and it's seeming to have the right amount of mixing of all the different mechanics that other games have used and put it into one solid game here. Yeah, so thank you for dropping in, CJC. As always, I appreciate you and everyone else that are regulars from dropping in. I really appreciate it. And Wiley, I thank you for dropping in as well. It's always great to see you when you're able to drop in here. It also I'm glad that from a gameplay standpoint, you all you have to do is kill them and then collect them. Whereas PAL World, you always had to make sure you didn't kill them, but took their HP down just enough to capture it. And speaking of which, I did actually start a new game on that one because my other playthrough was just so haphazard on my base that I couldn't figure out where any of my my pals were storing the things that they were carrying. So I have to reorganize and start a new game just to make my base a little bit less chaotic. It's still fresh, but I might not play this one already. Hey, yeah, if you're already involved with a lot of gacha games and your elbows deep into it or whatever, yeah, definitely, that's totally understandable. For this particular, well, for me anyways, since I was off and on with Genshin and I kept feeling burnout from always having to farm the same instances, I was like, I just can't do it anymore. And plus the community was so toxic that if somebody would come in on your stream and you weren't playing the way that they've read or what the meta was or whatever, they automatically started calling you out, and it's like, I don't want to deal with this. It's like, hey, I'll play the way I want to play it, and I do get along just fine, But yeah, this game is definitely fun. Yeah, it made it extremely hard, and especially for me when I was trying to catch up with. Like I said, I didn't. I had just barely got to the dendro areas, and just trying to find specific things so I could level break and get through the caps, and then also you have trying to find the right ingredients for the right ones, and only a certain amount spawn per day, and which restricted how fast you could level up your characters. I was like, oh my gosh, so, but I mean, I still play Star Rail, and at least with Star Rail, that they have done in game correctly with Star Rail. And there are so many kind of like little variations of in-game material, or just activities to try to test your own limits with your builds and how your characters synergize with each other. that there has just been so much that they have thought through, that even if you're doing the same instances, that there can be different goals and achievements, that you could be aiming for something completely different through every playthrough, which will force you to either use different characters or force you to change your strategy. And it became a lot less a brute force, or that I'm over leveled, and more of, okay, how am I actually going to get through the restrictions that they're putting on you, or the goals that you're trying to achieve and whatnot, which made it so much more fun. And yeah, it's a turn-based RPG that, less people would be interested in watching somebody play. But at the same time, they made it more fun by adding those types of mechanics, which I could really appreciate. Now, the only thing I wish that they would allow you to do in that game is to freaking, jump and climb things like in Genshin, but I can totally understand why they didn't do that. So, but yeah. So I do plan on keeping up with this game. I've gone through the entirety of the report for Cover Core's financials and stuff like that. There's some really interesting things in that report. And I actually was able to run the numbers. Because I got kind of mad when I saw people being so critical on Any Color versus Cover Core, and yeah, I ran the numbers, and I mean, it's kind of funny that, that the VTubers in both companies, I mean, they're making on average almost 45,000 a month, and and of course it's all a variable income. It's based on what performance and output that of the streamer's activity, of the VTuber's activity. But I found it so ironic that they were talking about that kind of stuff. And then of course, with Cover Core, me having an invested stock interest in the company, I actually had to laugh a little bit to myself, because Cover is doing worse off than what Any Color is right now within the last month, as far as their company value is stock wise. And I'm like, I don't see anybody talking about the fact that Cover Core is worth less, and their stock has continuously gone down, whereas everyone just jumps on the Any Color criticism bandwagon. But it is what it is. So there is that for this coming weekend. And of course I have tested out Ghost of Tsushima on my PC, and I absolutely adored that game on PS4. So I'm looking forward to playing through that again. So I do have that on the agenda as well. So still waiting for any Hall Live, and oh yeah, I've actually been kind of I'm just thinking out loud. I almost wonder if they haven't touched Genshin or Star Rail or anything like that, because I've seen several Niji JP talent playing Genshin Impact on their Niji channels. So I'm kind of wondering if maybe, yeah, since Niji has, I guess, more familiar, friendlier ties with, you know, Chinese companies, that perhaps maybe that's why Covercore has shied away from them. You know, I know, you know, Cover has, you know, allowed their talent to play some of the other gacha games that were out, you know, on the market, especially if they are licensed by a specific Japanese company. You know, like if they had like a manga or an anime, or especially those types of things. But as far as like Chinese specific companies that have developed and produced, you know, an original IP, I haven't seen them really do that. Maybe around, you know, the lockdowns before, but not, especially not in the last 2 years. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a distinct possibility. I do know for a fact that I do know. Okay, so I do know for a fact that Fuamoko had talked about playing Genshin when they were before Hololive, when they were still employed by the other company, but they weren't. They weren't okay to play it on stream because of you know, representation of their company and whatnot. Then there was no collaboration ties between each other. But they did play it offline. Now that, of course, this was, you know, over a year and a half, 2 years ago. So I'm not sure whether or not they still play it or not. I know Miki Nico has largely abandoned Genshin after all the controversy that happened there. Though she did mention on a Twitcasting stream that she had, you know, tried playing it, picked it up and tried playing it again, but, you know, not streaming it. I can't think of any of the other people off the top of my head, especially Hololive, that has mentioned it. I know Callie had mentioned it at some point, but she was like, "Oh yeah," especially when and this was several years ago when I think around before patch 2.0 came out. She did say something like, "Oh yeah, that game, I know it's really popular with people, but we can't do it on do it live." But she never really mentioned if she played it offline. So I'm not sure. I know, like with like Roboco has never mentioned it, and she always seems to be extremely interested in playing either like Valorant, or she hasn't played Apex in forever, which it has really surprised me, because she was always really diehard Apex all the time. And me, I tried playing Apex, and I absolutely failed miserably at it because I am not quick enough to go through my inventory and pick the things I want to keep and not. So I always just kind of watched her because she was always so good at it. But she hasn't played Apex in forever, and I don't know, maybe she just got burned out with it. But I think the thing that seems to be more popular right now is Valorant with a lot of streamers, which I get it. You do want to mix it up once in a while. But yeah, it is kind of interesting that now that you mention it, because a lot of the people that played a lot of gacha, especially whether it be online or offline, I haven't seen them comment on any of that stuff, either on their social media accounts or them playing online or on their their alternate personas. Because even like with it's kind of funny that now that I think about it, like Roboco with she would play Apex and Valorant on her Hololive channel, and then she would say that she's taking a day off from Hololive, and then she'd start streaming on her personal channel, and she was still playing Valorant or Apex over there. And I'm like, what's the difference? Why not just stream it on your main channel instead of streaming on your alternate? But I don't know. Me too. I feel the Apex. Yeah. I feel that Apex so bad. I mean, I played. This is how bad I feel the Apex. I played something like 45 to 50 different matches, and my kill ratio was so horrible. I had played like 50 some odd matches, had 0 kills and only 2 assists. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, because I've always, when I play FPSs online, I'm just used to doing it like how COD is, or how Battlefield was, where it's a lot less go, and more like you have your stuff, you have what you need, you go capture this flag, you go secure this zone and move on. That's how that's the limit of my skill level with playing an FPS, especially online or competitively or whatever. I'm just when you have like 12 or 14 different variants of firearms, and then you also have to sift through all the different types of ammo and shield regenerators and stuff like that. Just like no. So I got interested in Apex because I mean, same here. I got interested in Apex primarily because like Mel, Rika, I mean, she still plays Apex, and matter of fact, she played it the other day, and she is really good at it. I kind of wish she would have played it more when she was working for Hololive, but I digress. Because do you remember watching and maybe. And I don't know if you saw it or not, but when they were having Mel and Ame play together and do stuff together for a while, they played Apex together, and it was actually really interesting to watch them play, because like Mel would always get mad, but she would pout when she wasn't doing well, you know. And of course, Ame always gets salty when she's not doing well, and so watching the two of them play was pretty funny. But yeah, Mel and Roboco and Toa. I really enjoyed watching the three of them play, and of course I don't remember ever seeing them play with Aqua. I know that with Roboco, she would play with Choco Sensei every once in a while. But it was really fun watching them play because even though I never was able to have the skills to play at their level or even close to their level, watching somebody else play was just as interesting. Oh yeah, and oh man, her name just slipped my head. I can't think of her name now. But yeah, it was always fun watching them play. But oh yeah, I could see that. I think Aqua did tended to do a lot of stuff solo, but it was always fun to watch them play, watch her play games with other people. But yeah, Aqua always seemed to do a lot of stuff solo, which I can get. You have when you're playing with other people, you're always having to either time it out right, or pick days that you don't have things going on, and all that fun stuff. And it's a lot less pick up and go type of play, and a lot of trying to make sure you schedule stuff. I've seen clips of her getting tilted when she felt like things didn't go the way that they should have gone. and then I've also seen her just get really into it, and it's like, yeah, you calm down just a little bit. But she I mean, that's one thing I really do enjoy about watching different people play the same game, is that everyone seems to have kind of just a little different way of approaching it, especially when it comes to when you're doing good or when you're doing bad. When people are starting to annoy you. I've seen a lot of I've seen a lot of people, especially in Hall Life, where if somebody isn't kind of feels like another person isn't quite carrying their weight on a team, they most of the time they try to sound supportive and be supportive and whatnot. But every once in a while, especially when the more competitive people in Hall Life, you can sense that they're getting just a little bit annoyed at certain people, because they're like, they keep taking the ammo I want, they keep picking up the weapons I want, they keep doing this and that, and every so often, they'll run up and they'll do the melee attack, whatever, just to bop them on the head. It's like, stop dying. But all right, well, I'm gonna call it a night here. So CJC, thank you for dropping in. Wiley, thank you also for dropping in. Calvin, I know that you have come and gone, but thank you again for dropping in as well. Umberto, thank you for dropping in. The Cool 2T, it's always a pleasure to have you in the chat, as well as all the people that have come and gone and have came in and lurked. As always, I appreciate all the lurkers. You have a great morning, afternoon, or evening, whatever it is for you guys. Again, I appreciate you being here. So until then, we'll see you at the next time. This is Marko Yamashita signing off. Peace.